I will call the Milpitas City Council meeting. Oh, we're early. Okay. It says there 6 o'clock. Okay, never mind. Rerun. I will call the city. I will call the Milpitas City Council meeting of October 3rd, 2023 to order. It's occurring both in Zoom and in person. Ms. Gaceta, read roll call, please.
Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lien.
Here.
Councilmember Pham. And Mayor Montano is absent.
Before we adjourn to closed session, City Attorney Milpitas, please brief the public on the closed session items. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You have 2 items for consideration today. The first item is threat to public services or facilities. You're hearing this pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The consultation will be with the City Manager, Ned Thomas. Additionally, you have public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. The employee position is City Manager.
Please note that tonight's public comment will be limited to 1 minute. And any public comment tonight? Seeing none, we're adjourned to closed session. Thank you.
right, Councilman.
It's red light.
Uh-huh. It is now 7 o'clock, and we will come back to order. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to item A, direction was given with regard to the public service facilities. Nothing more to disclose at this time. With regard to item B, the council has appointed Ned Thomas to be its city manager and has agreed to terms and conditions to the city manager's contract. That is agendized as item number 14 on tonight's agenda. Congratulations, Mr. Thomas.
Please note that the public forum will be heard prior to the announcements at the end of the meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Barbadillo, you want to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight's meeting is dedicated to the memory of Senator Dianne Feinstein, remembering all the many years of her public service and also thanking her for all the work that she has done for our community. Thank you, Senator Dianne Feinstein. Tonight's invocation will be led by Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you very much. Dear God, as we gather here today, as residents of Milpitas, we pray that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render our service to our community. We will always keep in mind the enduring values of life, exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. Let us continue to celebrate our city's diversity. Be with us today at this special gathering. We devote our love and trust to you. We come from all walks of life, but with your guidance, we will embrace one another with love in the name of yours. Amen.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. Let's go into the presentations. Please join me at the We have 5 presentations this evening. Start off with Councilmember Fan.
Good evening, everyone. The week of October 8th to 14th is observed as Fire Prevention Week each year in commemoration of the Great Chicago Fire Tragedy. The theme for this year's Fire Prevention Week is Cooking Safety Starts with You. Pay attention to fire prevention. This is why I microwave everything. Reminding the community of the important steps they can take to help reduce the risk of fire when cooking at home. Therefore, we, the City of Milpitas, proclaim the week of October 8th to 14th, 2023 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Milpitas.
As was mentioned, the focus this year is on cooking and cooking safety. Unfortunately, the number one cause of fires in homes, as well as fire injuries, is from cooking fires. So we are just wanting to spend this time to remind people about the safety around the kitchen, around having your kids and your pets in the kitchen, about the safety factors, and just keeping your cooking also attended to, because often the leading cause of death in the home is unattended cooking incidents. So thank you.
Thank you, Council. Jason Schoonover, Fire Chief. Thank you, Chief Belton. Thank you for recognizing Fire Prevention Week and for your ongoing support of public safety.
Next, Councilmember Babatilio.
This is for the Indigenous Peoples Day, October 9, 2023. October 9 is celebrated as Indigenous Peoples Day. It honors the vibrant and diverse culture of the people indigenous to the United States, their sacrifices, and their contribution in public service, entrepreneurship, scholarship, the arts, and countless other fields. Therefore, we, the City Council, proclaim October 9, 2023 as the Indigenous Peoples Day in the City of Milpitas.
We will send this to the recipient. Thank you.
Good evening. So Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month is October, and Hinduism is the third largest religion in the world, and Hindu Americans have greatly enriched our local community. The month of October 2023 is recognized as Hindu Heritage and Appreciation Month, honoring the abundant contributions of the Hindu American community. Therefore, I proclaim the month of October 2023 as Hindu Heritage Month in the City of Milpitas.
Can I please call on the Sima family to receive this proclamation? Come on up, please. The next one is California Clean Air Day. California Clean Air Day is built on the idea that shared experiences unite people to action to improve community health. By joining together for a unified day of action, we can create new habits to clear the air of all members of California diverse communities. October 4th, we observe Clean Air Day and ask Milpitas community to do their part with actions such as walking or biking to work and school, carpooling, conserving energy, which can directly improve air quality in our region. Therefore, I, Vice Mayor Evelyn Chua, on behalf of the mayor and also our council members, declare October 4th Clean Air Day in the city of Milpitas. And I would like to call on Monica and Michaela from the Silicon Valley Clean Energy. You didn't do that. I've been a member of the Silicon Valley Clean Energy as one of the board of directors, and these are the ladies that made it happen. So thank you so much. We were actually here to give an award, but thank you so much for the award. I'll be sure to take it back to my agency. We work very hard on clean energy. Oh, by the way, I'm Monica Padilla, the CEO for Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and I have with me Michaela Pippin, who is our communications manager. So thank you, Director Chua, or Council Vice Mayor Chua as well. And let me give an just stay there. I'm excited to have Silicon Valley Clean Energy here tonight to share more about Electric Showcase Awards. I have served on the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board of Directors since 2020 and proud to guide an organization whose mission is to reduce dependence on fossil fuels by providing clean energy and innovative programs for the community. I'm thrilled that Monica from Silicon Valley Clean Energy, their newly CEO of SBCE, here tonight to share more about the Electric Showcase Awards and to congratulate our winner, Seema Beauty Salon. Come on up, please. Sure. Hi, good evening again. I'm Monica Padilla, Silicon Valley Clean Energy's Chief Operating Officer and Director of Power Resources. SBCE is a local clean electricity provider for Milpitas and 12 other jurisdictions in Santa Clara County. Since our formation, we have helped reduce 530 million pounds of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. In Milpitas alone, our customers have saved more than $13 million since we formed. We are also proud to serve the community with a variety of programs to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including providing up to $8,000 in rebates to residents for transitioning to electric appliances. As part of our community work, we are delighted to celebrate the Electric Showcase Award winners tonight. This award recognizes people in the community who are leading the way in electrifying their buildings. This was a historic year for us. We selected 16 winners after receiving more than 150 applications. Among the winners is Milpitas' own business owner, Seema's Beauty Salon. And her people too. So Seema's Beauty Salon is an all-electric salon that utilizes an electric dryer, a heat pump HVAC system, and an electric water heater. When we asked the owner, Seema, about her inspiration for going electric, she said, to quote her, "We all have to start somewhere and do our part. The time to start is now." Woohoo. So tonight we will now share a short video to highlight the other winners. I think we have the video queued up.
I'm Steve. We live in Campbell and we are going electric.
My name is Alexander Moore. I live in Morgan Hill, California, and I'm going electric.
I'm Judy. I live in Campbell and I'm going electric.
I'm Scott. I live in Sunnyvale and my family is going electric.
We just figured anything that we can do to replace what we're using now with gas and have it be driven by clean solar and wind electricity through Silicon Valley Clean Energy would be an improvement.
I am Amit. I live in Cupertino and my family is going electric.
Hi, my name is Seema and I have a business in Milpitas and we have gone all electric.
I'm Brady. I live in Sunnyvale, California and I'm going electric.
I'm Judy. My family lives in Los Altos Hills and we've gone all electric.
The biggest benefit we've had is what it's done to our monthly bills. Not only am I helping the planet, I'm also helping my pocket.
I'm Cindy. We're here at Congregation Beth Am in Los Altos Hills, and we're going all electric.
I'm Tom. I live in Los Altos and my family went all electric.
My name is Crystal, and I live in Sunnyvale. I'm going all electric.
I'm Carol. I live in Saratoga, and I've gone electric.
It has been a long transition for us. We didn't just decide we're going electric and then we just did it all. As appliances age, we've changed them out.
My name is Kurt. I live in Gilroy, and we're all electric now.
I'm William.
And I'm Lakshmi.
We live in Sunnyvale.
And we've gone
all electric.
I'm Justin. We live in Los Gatos, and we went all electric.
We're Sunshine Gardens Apartments.
In Mountain View.
And we're going electric.
I think most people would like to do the right thing, but if it's going to cost them a lot of money, it makes it tough. But between the tax rebates and the Silicon Valley Clean Energy rebate, these things are affordable, very affordable.
We would also like to invite all of you to tour some of these winning homes with us on October 14th. So once again, thank you for your time and congratulations to SEMA. With your permission, we'd like to take a picture of the group now.
I would like to call on Deputy Director Elaine to join us. She's the Milpitas guru on climate change. I would like to call on Elaine to talk a little bit about, going electric. We got $3 million from the Office of Congressman Rokana, and this will be a great project to start with to convert to electric.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening. Elaine Marshall, Deputy Public Works Director. As Vice Mayor has shared, we are working right now with the Department of Energy at the federal level to secure our grant agreement. Once that is in place, we will start implementation of the $3 million Milpitas carbon neutral home incentive program. We're actually going to partner with SVCE to add on to their incentive to bring down the cost of going electric even further. So that means things like induction cooktops, which will also make it safer for cooking and contribute to fire prevention awareness, as well as things that SEMA has already done in her business as a role model. HVAC, heat pump, HVAC, as well as heat pump water heaters. So we're really going to help the community and every Milpitas resident who wants to really take advantage and go all electric and support clean air and reduce the impacts of climate change for our community. Thank you.
If I may add, we're looking into like a 5,000 to 20,000 grants per household, and we're shooting for around 1,000 homes to go electric here in Milpitas. Thank you all so much. Thank you, guys. Moving on to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have City Attorney Michael Motelipasi.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I ask you, Vice Mayor, and each of the council members, whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
You can just start.
None.
Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Councilmember Pham.
None.
And Mayor Montano is absent.
Thank you. I further ask whether you, Vice Mayor, or any of the members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant or development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
None.
Vice Mayor Chua,
None.
Councilmember Leon,
None.
Councilmember Fan,
None.
and Mayor Montano is absent.
Please let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
For the city council code of conduct, we all know about our code of conduct. It starts with being respectful and courteous and ends with council will hold one another accountable to comply with the code of conduct. That said, that's it. And we go to approval of the agenda. Any changes to agenda? City manager, acting city manager,
No changes on the agenda tonight.
city
Thank you.
council, none. Seeing none, move to,
approve.
go ahead.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's a motion by Councilmember Lin and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. Let's go for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leon,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
and Mayor Montano is absent.
Let's go to consent calendar. City staff,
No comments on the consent calendar. Thank you.
city council. Any changes to the consent calendar?
No changes.
Motion, please. Oh, wait a minute. I need to ask for public comment. Mr. Montemayor?
You're calling on him.
He's there already.
I follow the leaders. No comment, thank you.
Yeah. Is there anybody on Zoom? Miss Caseta?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve the consent items.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lin and second by Councilmember Barbadillo. Let's go for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leon,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano is absent.
Moving on, let's go to community development. Acting city manager, please give the intro on item number 1.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The first item tonight is an informational item. We're looking for feedback and guidance, direction from the council on a proposed workforce housing rental assistance program. And as part of this presentation, we're also looking for approval of an additional appropriation from the Affordable Housing Community Benefit Fund to go toward administration of this new program. And staff will also be looking for direction on the use of an allocation from the state budget for homelessness prevention and unhoused services. And we have our Economic Development Director and Acting Housing Director, Alex Andrade, here to present the staff report.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council. Alex Andrade, Director of Economic Development. We can please bring up the slide. Next slide, please. As you know, this region has been going through a housing crisis for many decades, and today's conversation is actually going to revolve around potential solutions for our vulnerable population. California began experiencing a growing lack of adequate housing options upon the dissolution of redevelopment agencies, which happened back in 2012. Take that plus the pandemic, and there's been an increase in unhoused individuals, which has led to cities like ours to be creative and to start developing solutions at the local level. On the positive front, we've seen a 48% decline in unsheltered and sheltered individuals year over year between 2022 and 2023 through what is known as the PIT count or point in time count. And moreover, UCSF conducted a study known as the California Statewide Study of People Experiencing Homelessness. And I'm going to bypass that first sub-bullet and just really get to that last bullet. There were many keen and important takeaways from this study, but one thing that's germane to today's conversation is that 70% of people that were surveyed indicated that a monthly subsidy of $300 to $500 per month would have prevented homelessness. Today's conversation is going to revolve around state funding related to the PLHA Workforce Housing Rental Assistance Program, known as WRAP. And today, our senior administrative analyst, Sarah Balcha, is going to start the presentation, and then it'll be followed by our Housing Division Manager, Robert Musalam, who will talk about other state funding from our Assembly Member Alex Lee's office. So with that, I'm going to welcome Ms. Balcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, and good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Next slide, please. So today I'm going to be covering the Workforce Housing Rental Assistance Program. Next slide. And next slide, please. Thank you. In 2017, Governor Brown signed Senate Bill 2, or SB 2, the Building Homes and Jobs Act. SB 2 created a recording fee of which 70% of the revenue goes to locally administered affordable housing, otherwise known as the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA grant. Funding is to help cities and counties increase the supply of housing, assist persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and ensure geographic equity in the distribution of funds. In November of 2022, City Council approved the 5-year PLHA plan and the 2019, 2020, and 2021 funding application. In February 2023, the city received its award letter for its 3-year funding application in the amount of just over $1 million. Of the approximate $1 million, 5% is the maximum allowed for program administration. The remaining balance will be split with 20% to homeless outreach and assessment and 80% to workforce housing rental assistance program, which is what we will be discussing today. Next slide. So the state has certain PLHA requirements that the city must follow. Any PLHA funds being used for rent relief can only serve households who are at or below 30% of the area median income, and any form of rental relief must be provided for a minimum of 6 months. In the table below, you can see 30% AMI depending on the household size. So for example, a family of 4, the max income is $53,500. The city's program would be a rent subsidy, which means it would function similarly to a Section 8 voucher system. The funds would be used to offset a specific amount of rent paid by the tenant, but not the entire rent. Tenants must occupy the entire unit. There will be no shared living arrangements, and the tenant must be in good standing. Next slide. The potential workforce that would be assisted from this program due to the AMI restrictions from the state are select Milpitas Unified School District employees. The reason we called out the MUSD is because the genesis of creating a workforce housing targeted program was the conversations about how hard it is for Milpitas teachers to afford to live in Milpitas. While the 30% AMI cap for PLHA rent relief excludes teachers due to income, staff found a way to support other MUSD staff. We also pivoted to include other potential sectors, such as individuals in the hospitality industry, personal care and service sector, office and administrative support, and installation, maintenance, and repair occupations. Next slide. The program will have a building safety inspector pre-inspect any unit that will receive WRAP funding. Inspections are not required, but HCD recommends the jurisdictions ensure the units being provided subsidies are decent, safe, and sanitary. For the landlord vendor setup, we will need a third-party administrator, and all payments will be made directly to the landlords. Next slide. Our 3-year award is just over $1 million. In the first table, you can see the funds received for each year and the expenditure deadline. It's important to note that while we received our award letter in February of 2023, we did not receive our executed standard agreement until July. Due to limited staffing resources, staff and the Housing Subcommittee recommend forward for program administration. Board staff have provided exceptional service through the ARPA Milpitas Small Business Grant Program, the ongoing ARPA Rent and Mortgage Relief Program, and they were just approved for the CDBG funding Micro Enterprise Grant Program. Staff would allocate the total 5% program administration cap, which is $50,877.70 to forward as approved at the November 1st, 2022 City Council meeting. The total program admin cost is $79,267.46. So staff are requesting City Council's approval of an additional appropriation of $28,389.76. Next slide. In an effort to develop a program that assists the city in addressing unmet housing needs locally, staff recommend utilizing a tiered selection system to ensure prioritization for Milpitas residents. There are 3 tiers of applicants that staff will consider when selecting individuals. The first tier is to serve Milpitas residents who also work in Milpitas. Once staff have selected all eligible candidates from the first tier, we will move to the second tier, which would be for households where at least one adult lives in Milpitas and does not work in Milpitas. And finally, if there is still available funding, staff would select households where one adult is a part of the Milpitas workforce but does not live in Milpitas. Next slide. So there's a lot of information on this slide, and I'm going to try and orient you. The amount at the top is the amount available for the RAP program, which is a little more than $750,000. In the middle of the slide, there are 3 tables. Each table shows expected benefit amounts based on the number of individuals served and for how long they would receive RAP funding. The table on the left is both staff and the Housing Subcommittee's recommendation, and that is serving households for a period of 24 months. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that we highlighted our option. The middle table, option A, shows scenarios if we assisted households for 18 months, and option B, the third table, shows for 12 months. To help understand the impact of assistance, staff have provided the average rent for different unit sizes in Milpitas at the bottom of this slide. The household benefit amount and individuals assisted will be dependent on council direction. However, staff has provided the recommendation to do 50 households for 24 months to ensure the program can provide stability to the highest number of beneficiaries. In comparison to the other options, if we were to look at the 24-month table and see our recommendation of 50 households, we would see individuals would receive a rental subsidy of $644.45, which could result in a 28% reduction in housing costs for the average 1-bedroom occupant, a 19% reduction for the average 2-bedroom occupant, and an 18% reduction for the average 3-bedroom occupant. If council would like staff to use a term less than 24 months or cap the households assisted below 50, then the benefit per month would only increase. Next slide. To summarize the RAP portion, the RAP program requires a third-party administrator for tenant selection and monthly rental assistance distribution. Staff in the Housing Subcommittee recommend forward. Staff do need direction on the number of households and duration for the rental subsidy, of which staff and the Housing Subcommittee recommend 50 households for 24 months, again, to ensure the program can provide the greatest stability to the beneficiaries. And per the Housing Subcommittee's direction, staff will work on developing a thorough outreach plan to enhance awareness of the program to Milpitas residents. Now I will pass it to Robert Muslim, the housing manager.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Alex. Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council. Robert Muslim, Housing Division Manager. I'm going to walk you through the homeless prevention and unhoused services slides. Next slide, please. In March 2022, then Mayor Tran, on behalf of the city, requested $1.5 million from the Office of Assemblymember Alex Lee to be used on homeless prevention and unhoused services. The $1.5 million is broken down as follows. $500,000 to establish a Milpitas Resource Center as a 2-year pilot program, $300,000 to expand the mobile shower and laundry services, $700,000 for additional rent relief, and in September of 2022, the City Council accepted the state funding from Assemblymember Lee. I'll provide a breakdown of each of these services in the following slides. So for clarity, and because a few of these items were discussed interchangeably, we have provided the following definitions. A day worker or resource center connects day workers to short-term jobs from residents and businesses, community and support center that can connect residents to services and offer training or employment services. A navigation center would be a rapid rehousing facility for the unhoused population with case management and wraparound services. And safe parking would be sites for temporary parking of RV or other vehicles for overnight shelter. Next slide, please. For the mobile shower and laundry program, originally $300,000 was allocated to increase frequency from once a week to 2 times a week and to fund the program for 3 fiscal years. The additional frequency in mobile shower and laundry services was not needed at this time. In July of 2023, the city entered into contract with We Hope to continue the mobile shower and laundry services for once a week for the next 3 fiscal years. The total cost is not to exceed $150,000. So staff is seeking guidance on the remaining $150,000 that was not allocated to the mobile shower and laundry program. Slide. Also, as mentioned, an additional $700,000 in rent relief was a part of the request. These funds will be added to further fund the existing rent and mortgage relief program, which is currently being funded by the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. Prior to ARPA, the city allocated just over $1 million in relief to benefit over 300 individuals. These funds came through a combination of the Affordable Housing Community Benefit Fund, CDBG funding, and the Santa Clara County Emergency Food and Shelter Program. To date, close to 46% of the ARPA-funded rent relief funds, or about $297,000, have been distributed to benefit 81 households. It is important to note that a condition of the ARPA funding for rent relief required our residents to demonstrate a hardship due to COVID-19. State budget funds do not have that same requirement. Staff believes that this will allow for a greater number of residents to access rental assistance. Next slide. The staff is seeking City Council guidance. Of the $1.5 million, $150,000 has been allocated to We Hope for the Dignity on Wheels mobile shower and laundry program. Of the remaining $1.35 million, staff recommends $700,000 be used for rent relief. Staff will need guidance on the remaining $650,000. Some options to consider are a Milpitas Day Worker Resource Center, a safe parking program, which will be discussed at the next City Council prioritization list on October 17th, or other unhoused services that could benefit the city. Staff is researching whether there is flexibility in these funds to support other homelessness prevention and unhoused services than the ones requested. But as council deliberates, staff will take note of any suggested use of these funds that may fall outside the scope of that flexibility. Next slide, please. And finally, our recommendations. Recommendation 1, receive a recommendation from the Housing Subcommittee and staff to provide rental assistance for up to 50 households over 24 months through a workforce housing rental assistance program. Number 2, approve and authorize acting city manager or designee to allocate an approve and authorize the acting city manager or designee to allocate an additional appropriation of $28,389.76 from the Affordable Housing Community Benefit Fund to forward for the administration of the Workforce Housing Rental Assistance Program. Number 3, provide feedback and guidance on the use of an allocation from the state budget for homelessness prevention and unhoused services for the Workforce Housing Rental Assistance Program. That concludes our staff presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alex, Sarah, and Robert. Let's move first to public comment before council discussion.
Walter Montemayor or Milpitas. Yeah, the 1.5, we use the 800. We didn't spend 150, but it's covered. The 700, we hope 150. So anyway, I'm not trying to calculate. Of the number 1, 2, 3, there's already benefit on number 1 recommendation, the 50 household. Thank you. And the additional of 28 grand plus, then it's big one too. So providing the feedback, thank you. So for me, we will receive the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Anyone else from the audience? Seeing none, Ms. Casera, do you have any from Zoom?
We have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Let's proceed with council discussion. Oh, okay. Councilmember Lynn.
Yes, I think this is to Director Andrade. So for the 50 units, 2 years, and each month is $644.45, right?
Correct.
Now, can this be combined with any other offer from, let's say, resident that's already under, I think it's called H8 assistant? Could this be combined?
I'm going to ask Mr. Musalam to answer that. He's much closer to this and likely knows a lot more than I do at this point. So I'll leave it to the expert.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Are we asking, just for clarity, are we asking if this can be combined with a Section 8 voucher?
Yes, Section 8. Yes.
So we did not specifically exclude subsidy tenants who are receiving a subsidy. Should that be an eligibility requirement that the council would like to exclude, we can certainly take that and add it to the program. But currently, the way the program is written, the voucher aspect of it is not a consideration. Simply to support the workforce.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Anyone else? Can you please bring up the breakdown of why the option to recommend 50 for 2 years? Can we bring up that slide, please? With
And
there you go. So, can you explain, please, Robert, how we get this funding and the timeline? Like, when do we get the first grant, the second grant, and the third grant? This is a 5-year grant. Please explain that to the rest of us.
correct. So currently, we received the funding started in 2019. We have received the allocation award amounts for 2019, 2020, and 2021. There is an expenditure deadline slide that we had, I believe, 2 slides before this one that explained when we need to spend the money by. This is a 5-year program for PLHA. The remaining 2 years have not been awarded yet. They've given us an estimate. So we have been given direction from the state to spend the first money first. So the 2019 funds need to be spent by April 30th of 2024. Then the 2020 funds need to be spent by 2025 and the 2021 funds by 2026. So we arrived at this slide here with the 50 and 24 because we believe that it gives us the best opportunity to help the most people in Milpitas for the longest period of time and also meet our expenditure deadlines.
I see. So we have the money for the 2 years, correct?
We are using the $773,000 over that 2-year portion, over the 2-year timeline.
That sounds good. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Robert. Anyone else from the council? Thank you so much. Thank you, Robert. So since council discussion is done, is there a motion?
So the recommendation was 3 parts. So I move to accept the recommendation from staff.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion has Councilmember Lin with the motion and Councilmember Fan for the second. Let's go for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
and Mayor Montano is absent.
Thank you so much. Now, item number 12, acting city manager.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
I apologize. If we could just go back to number 11, the one piece that we do need is to approve and authorize the acting city manager or designee to allocate an additional $28,389.76 from the Affordable Housing Community Benefit Fund to forward for the administration of the Workforce Housing Rental Assistance Program, if the council so desires. If there's a motion for that.
So the motion, the recommendations from staff was 1, 2, and 3, and that covers number 2, which is to approve and authorize the acting city manager or designee to allocate the additional appropriation of $28,389.76 from the Affordable Housing Community Benefit Fund to forward for the administration of the Workforce Housing Rental Assistance Program.
Thank you for the clarification. My mistake.
Is the second okay with the added addendum to the motion?
Yes.
There you go. You need to vote because we voted already. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Now we go to item 12, acting city manager, Ned Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This item is also a presentation and a progress report from the Planning Department. The topic is the ongoing comprehensive zoning update. The update itself was divided into 2 different phases. And in this phase, the staff and the consultants have been working on new zoning districts that came out of that correspond with the new general plan, as well as the new metro plan, and some additional cleanup items. And all of that is represented in the work that they've done on a background report and an updated citywide zoning map. So we have our acting interim planning director, Jay Lee, here to present the staff report. And we also have our consultant, Holly Pearson, as well as our associate planner, Christina Fan, I think, who are all going to be part of the presentation time.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. It's nice to be here today. And thank you, Interim City Manager Ned Thomas, for providing a nice introduction and some background for this project. So at the outset, as Acting City Manager Ned Thomas mentioned, staff, as we were preparing the scope of work, we did want to phase this project because there were some more urgent items that we knew we had to address. So we are here to give a summary of phase 1, which is really focused on bringing the zoning ordinance into conformance with the recently adopted 2040 general plan and the metro specific plan. We've done a lot of good work, and we want to make sure that we update the zoning ordinance to reflect the good work. And admittedly, it is a bit of a technical topic, but we will try our best to provide a comprehensive yet concise summary. And I do want to reiterate to everybody that this is a study session. So what we are going to present is merely in draft form, and there is plenty of opportunity left to incorporate and make changes. And we're really excited to receive the council's feedback and really look forward to hearing that and seeing how we can also consider the public and the public's feedback, which we have been hearing. So just want to reiterate, we're really here to get the feedback and make changes and continue to improve this project. And I'd like to introduce our associate planner, Christina Fung, who will take it from here. Thank you.
Good evening, council members, fellow staff, and members of the public. Thank you for having me here tonight. Both Ned Thomas and Jay Lee did provide a brief introduction, but I'll just provide a little bit more context, as I think that's very important for this project. We are excited to have this study session with you, and I know this topic can be very dense and confusing for many that may not work in a related field. For anyone tuning in, I would like to get a good overview of what zoning is and how that impacts development and the various permit procedures in the city. We have a great resource available online called the Milpitas Development Review Handbook. You can search those keywords on our website or in any web browser, and it should be one of the top items that pop up. We are working on a version with updated links, but the overall content is still very helpful to read through and puts in more layman terms of what this work is about, and since it's very technical in nature. And as just described, the city adopted comprehensive update to the general plan in March 2021. That was a multi-year effort, and the general plan is a state mandated document for each jurisdiction to have, with a number of required elements or otherwise chapters, which include some topics such as land use, transportation, open space, and housing, to name a few. Our general plan has 11 of these chapters. And this general plan is a very important document that is considered the blueprint for development of a city and is a guiding goal and policy document that projects out how a city may want to be developed for the next 20 to 40 years or so. However, as mentioned, this is a policy document, and what gives the cities the authority to implement and enforce the general plan with specific development standards and regulations is with the zoning ordinance. You may also see this called the planning code. The zoning ordinance is what gives cities the authority to regulate private property and development to carry out the general plan's policies and vision for growth. And so the zoning ordinance is very different for each city and is a large reason why every city you may travel to may look and feel different. Think about within the country and also internationally. It doesn't control every single aspect you may see, but it includes regulations such as height, the number of stories a building might be, the types of allowed uses on a lot or not, and things such as setbacks. And even regulations such as signage and accessory structures, including sheds and patio covers. So the reason why I wanted to reiterate the relation between these two is that the state legally requires that these two documents be consistent with each other. And there is a grace period for cities to get the zoning ordinance updated to be consistent, since there is a large effort. And so we're now trying to get the zoning ordinance updated to match the general plan. The last comprehensive zoning update was in 2008. And so there's a recognized need to also modernize our planning code as new industries and technologies have come about. In addition, as described, the Metro Specific Plan was also adopted early this year. So we are taking this opportunity to implement standards mentioned in the Metro Specific Plan into the zoning ordinance. So hopefully with this context, it will make this multi-year effort feel exciting to work on, since as this effort only comes about every 20 years or so. And with that, I'm happy to introduce our consultants chosen to help us with this large effort, Lisa Weiss Consultants, or otherwise known as LWC. They are a firm well known in the planning field, and they have offices in San Francisco, San Luis Obispo, and Los Angeles. And they have done a ton of zoning ordinance updates for cities up and down the state and in the Bay Area and also across the country, and have also won several awards for their work. Also with us virtually is the city's main project manager representative for the project, Ms. Holly Pearson. And she's also worked in the public and private sectors for several years. And has a range of knowledge and experience in this field. So collectively, this has been a great team to work on together on this effort. And so next slide, please. We will jump into the agenda overview now. LWC will be providing a project overview, and we'll be going over the new zoning districts and zoning map update, both of which are directly related to the general plan update. And then we will discuss the next steps moving forward, and we'll have some questions to get some feedback on at the end, as this is a study session. I will now turn it over to Jen Murillo from LWC to go over the next couple of slides. Thank you.
If we could please have Jen Murillo from LWC promoted to panelist. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry for the little delay there. I thought you weren't going to let me in. I'm Jen Murillo with LWC. I'm here. Thank you, Christina, for the introduction, as well as Ned and Jay. I really appreciate it. Next slide, please. I'm here on the line with Monica Zidlik and Stefano Rikiki, also from LWC, who have been working really closely on this project with us and with the city team. Next slide. So the zoning ordinance is being updated for a few reasons, as Christina mentioned, but mainly it's to modernize the zoning ordinance. and make it consistent with current policy documents of the city. And the two key policy documents that we're really focused on are the general plan and the metro specific plan. And that's reflected in these four key objectives that we're focused on, honed in on as we go through this effort. In addition to modernizing the ordinance and making it consistent across city documents, we're very focused on making the zoning ordinance user-friendly and ensuring that it promotes more compact, mixed use, and transit-oriented development types where appropriate. Next slide. As Ned Thomas mentioned, the project is broken into two phases, and it's organized in a first phase that's an expedited phase. That's for the adoption of new zoning districts to implement the general plan and the metro specific plan. It also includes a zoning map update to reflect those new zones. Then the only necessary changes for consistency are proposed for these expedited tasks. So this is a really targeted phase one effort, and that's the subject of our discussion tonight. The second phase is the comprehensive zoning ordinance update. That is the true overhaul, the rewrite, update, reorganization of the zoning ordinance. And the work that we're doing for this expedited phase one effort will be integrated into the comprehensive update. It will just be adopted a little bit sooner and potentially can offer an opportunity for us to do any adjustments as we move into phase two, since the phase one work will be kind of on the books for a little while ahead of time. Next slide. This process from start to finish is about a 2.5-year process. We started in spring of this year with a background review and research effort. And then we've been focused on this initial phase of work, creating these new zones and updating the zoning map. This expedited phase one effort, we expect to have adopted at the beginning of next year. The comprehensive update, phase two, would be completed by summer of 2025. Now, throughout this process, there will be many opportunities for public input and feedback. And tonight, this is our first council study session for this project. Next slide. So far, we've held a bunch of initial meetings. So we have held meetings with the technical advisory committee that consists of city staff and departments to talk about technical aspects of zoning. Then at the beginning of this process, we held stakeholder interviews where we were able to speak to firsthand users of the zoning ordinance and get their feedback on what's working and what's not. We've also met with a zoning advisory group. The zoning advisory group is comprised of representatives from different city commissions, and we've met with that group twice, and those meetings are public. Then over the last 2 months, we held our first community workshop. We held a planning commission study session and a meeting with the Economic Development and Trade Commission. All of the meeting information and materials are available on the project website, milpitaszoningupdate.org. That's a great resource that also has frequently asked questions, project documents, and an email sign up. Next slide. One of the first steps we conduct for a project like this is to review and evaluate the existing zoning ordinance. That analysis is then summarized in a background and recommendations report where we identify key issues and preliminary recommendations that can guide us through this update process. Now, we know that these recommendations will evolve and expand as we go through this couple-year process, but it helps lay a good amount of groundwork for us to help us move forward. And that recommendations report includes recommendations for 6 different categories. It focuses on code organization, so the structure of the code, zoning districts, and so that includes like new base zones that we'll talk about tonight, as well as overlay zones, recommendations for use regulations, for design and development standards, sign standards, as well as administration and procedures. So how development projects are reviewed and approved. Next slide. So now we wanted to get into the new draft zoning districts, and there are kind of two aspects here. The first is the Business Park Research and Development, or BPRD zone, and the next are the metro zones. Next slide. So the first new zoning district to talk about tonight is the Business Park Research and Development, or BPRD zone. So that new zone will implement the general plan land use designation that has the same name, BPRD. And that general plan land use designation describes at a very high level the intent and the vision for BPRD. And so we're working to put together this new BPRD zone that establishes the detailed standards that allow for that general plan vision to be achieved. So the general plan is describing this BPRD area as allowing for the integration of business park, high intensity office, light industrial uses, allowing for more of a campus style or campus-like type of development that has supporting facilities and uses, intended to create a higher quality of development with more amenities than what you would think of as a traditional industrial area. Next slide. So the new BPRD zone has been drafted focusing on implementing that general plan vision. And it has a new set of allowed uses and development standards. And the draft currently includes certain limitations, like a limitation for warehouse uses and minimum intensity for buildings. And as you'll see in your packet, we do have an errata sheet that staff has been working on to track where we've been getting comments and where we think that there are some appropriate adjustments to these draft standards. And so we're looking at being flexible here. We want to make sure we fulfill the general plan's vision for this area, but also provide flexibility to encourage redevelopment and reinvestment. So we're looking at adjusting that limitation on the warehousing allowance to increase it from a limitation of 20% to 50% of the primary use floor area, and also lowering that building intensity standard from what we have here on the slide is a 0.5 floor area ratio, or FAR, down to 0.45. So we're looking here to make adjustments, and those changes would be made before this comes back before the council for adoption. Next slide. Then we also have special design standards for this new zone, and that includes a variety of standards to ensure that desired built environment is achieved. Again, this is a little bit, this isn't your traditional industrial zone. So we have standards that range from facade design to landscaping and lighting. And we have heard some comments that there may be a concern that for all of these design standards to be able to be achieved in all instances. So we plan on looking at how we can adjust the draft to allow for these standards to be relaxed in some fashion with just a staff level approval. Next slide. So the next set of new zones is for the metro area, here where the metro specific plan was adopted in February. And similar to the general plan, the metro specific plan sets forth a vision for the areas covered by the specific plan. And so then it's up to the zoning districts, it's kind of the zoning district's job to establish the detailed standards and specificity to achieve that vision that's been outlined in the plan. So this area is, of course, focused on being transit-oriented, higher density, pedestrian-oriented type of environment. And 7 zones, draft zones, have been prepared, and those correspond exactly to the metro-specific plan land use map that's shown here on this slide. So those include zones that are higher density residential, mixed-use zones, as well as BPRD zones, so business park research and development zones that are unique to the metro area. And we've also noted in the errata sheet attached to your packet some modifications to allowed uses that have been proposed to these zones. Next slide. Now, each new metro zone has typical development standards. Most of these actually were already established through the specific plan. So we're taking those standards and codifying them formally into the zoning ordinance, but standards like density, the requirement for active uses along the street, setbacks, building height, open space, already outlined in the specific plan, and we're just documenting them in the zoning ordinance. Next slide. Then additional design standards have been included for the metro zones, and those would supplement the existing city standards for objective design that were adopted last year, and ensuring that the specific plan policies are reflected. So this ranges from block length to building articulation to parking design. And during the development of these standards, we spoke to developers, we interviewed developers in our stakeholder interviews. So as we were working through the preparation of the draft, these are ideally resulting in very workable standards. Next slide. Okay, so that's talking about the zones and the text associated with these new zones. And now we want to talk about how those are translated onto property, how they're mapped. So next slide. So we now need to show where these new zones are going to be identified within the city. And our approach for updating the city's zoning map is a consistency focus. So we want to make the zoning map consistent with the general plan land use map that was adopted by the city. And we want to make the zoning map consistent with the metro specific plan land use map that was adopted by the city. So this is really an area where we're aligning the maps and making sure there aren't any conflicts. And then there were a handful of cleanups by the city, largely for city-owned property, just to rectify zoning there. Next slide. And this shows a map across the city, identifying only the parcels that are proposed for zoning changes. And you'll see the focus is largely in the southwest area that contains these new zones that I was just speaking to. So that's really our focus. And I've got a couple zoomed in maps to talk about the different areas. So we'll go to the next slide. And this is really the key content piece here, is displaying where the new zones are going. The first being the BPRD zone in the southwest employment area. That's west of 880 in that darker blue piece. And then to the east of that, where you start seeing more pinks and purples, that's the metro area specific plan, identifying those zones that correspond identically to what was adopted for the metro specific plan. Next slide. Now, the map that was produced, this is a couple of months ago. We do have areas identified on the map for neighborhood commercial mixed use, NCMU. This is also a new zone to implement the general plan, and it's being addressed through the housing opportunity districts, or the HOD effort. So while we have them noted on this map, they are going to transition over to the HOD effort. So in the maps you see coming through this project, these violet areas, these are off of the on-off ramps for 680 at Landess and East Calaveras. And those won't show up on these maps again, but they will come through the HOD effort. But they're here at least for reference. Next slide. The last area of focus is the northwest area. This is primarily along the California Circle area where we have some zoning changes there to, again, implement the general plan land use map and seeing a mix of zones there from residential to commercial to mixed use. Next slide. This last slide shows those proposed map changes in the context of the city overall. So seeing all the zoning across the city where zoning will not change, and then these changes in context. So, so you can see that all together. And thank you. I think with that, next slide, I will pass it back to Christina. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. And so, as we have mentioned a few times, this is a study session. So we're still compiling suggested comments and edits. And for anyone that may not be ready to provide feedback today, we are offering virtual office hours through mid-October for this phase. You could sign up online through that website shown on the screen, milpitaszoningupdate.org. Also on this website, you can sign up to get emails when there are updates and new information or materials to review. Anyone is still welcome anytime to provide comments or feedback via email. The project email is zoningupdate@milpitas.gov. Just for the main phase 1 considerations, we're asking feedback by the middle of this month so staff can have sufficient time to incorporate any potential edits. And we will take all of the feedback provided into the final drafts and are aiming to prepare to go to Planning Commission and City Council for recommendation and adoption hearings this coming December and January. And some work on phase 2 has begun, but since it is a larger effort to update many of the other sections, it'll naturally take longer to get through. And we are aiming to complete that by summer 2025. This will also give an opportunity to maybe revise anything in phase 1 that could be improved. And so the project team will be back with additional study sessions and hearings in the future for phase 2 and to complete phase 1. Thank you. Next slide, please. Now we do have a few discussion questions. We would like to ask the council to get feedback or the public whenever you're ready to discuss, and we could start from the top.
Thank you, Christina, Jay, and Jen. Now, before we move to council discussion and feedback for you guys, I would like to open the public comments. Mr. Montemayor.
Yeah, another very important topic. Yeah, I believe I'm good in math. So when I see it's like aerial photography, I can see developments. But anyway, progress report or preliminary report, it seems like is a complete report up to date. So in other words, we take it. Thank you very much for the efforts and expertise.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Anyone else from the public?
We have a card from Sean Morley.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Morley. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Sean Morley. I'm here tonight on behalf of Stratford Schools. First, we appreciate the incredible effort that the planning staff has done to bring this comprehensive zoning update to you. It's a big task. I sent an email, which is in your package, asking for a technical correction to the new zoning district for the metro specific plan area. Stratford has an existing campus in the metro area, as you may know, and we've also filed an application to create a smaller campus next door. And the metro plan expressly states that educational uses are supported and allowed. However, the new zoning use table for this area indicates that private schools, which are clearly an educational use, wouldn't be permitted. The new code needs to align, as staff indicated, with the Council approved metro specific plan. So we're asking that this technical correction be made to identify private schools as a permitted use in the metro BPRD zones. And we hope that the staff will work with us in the coming weeks to accomplish that objective.
Thank you, Mr. Morley.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Seeing none, Ms. Casetta, anybody from Zoom?
We have several hands. The first one is going to be Kristen Brown.
Hello, good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Kristen Brown, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, or SVLG, a business organization that represents numerous innovation technology companies, many of which are located in Milpitas. We appreciate the city's efforts to plan for a diverse business environment, but want to share our concern about phase 1 of the comprehensive zoning update, specifically the proposed Business Park Research and Development Zoning District. The draft code's restrictions could hinder existing companies from growing and discourage new ones from settling in Milpitas. In today's ever-evolving technology sector, flexibility is crucial. Many advanced manufacturing companies require significant high bay flexible warehouse space, which the draft code seems to limit. We request that the city conduct meaningful outreach with property owners, corporate users, and experts in the field before any zoning code decisions are made. We believe retaining flexibility in the code is essential to support future technologies and attract and retain companies in Milpitas. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
The next speaker is Ward Mace.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Chua and fellow City Council members. My name is Ward Mace. I'm a regional director with Goodman North America. We're a global industry leader that owns, develops, and manages high-quality, sustainable properties that are an integral part of the infrastructure needed to support innovation and digital economies. Goodman is excited about the future of Milpitas and has identified a potential site for new industrial development in the proposed BPRD zoning district. Our project would deliver 3 new buildings and related on-site parking on an approximately 18-acre site. The plan is to replace an obsolete user-owned R&D project. The proposed buildings would be built to attract a wide range of companies focused on advanced manufacturing, research and development sector. Uses could include manufacturing, warehousing, distribution, R&D, clean rooms, etc. The goal is to build flexible space for an ever-changing business environment based on our deep understanding of the needs of today's occupiers. Over the past months, we have been in productive discussions with the city staff to discuss the potential reuse of the property and related
Thank you,
development.
Mr. Mace. Thank you.
Warehousing.
Thank you, Mr. Mace. Ms. Crisetta.
Next speaker is Philip Seidels.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Phil Seidels. Along with Mr. Mace, I represent Goodman, a developer interested in developing Class A advanced manufacturing facilities in the BPRD zoning area. While the draft zoning increases the number of land uses to accommodate a wide range of businesses, elements of the proposed zoning appear to be at cross purposes with the city's economic development goals, specifically the restriction on warehouse uses. If enacted, we feel it will negatively impact the viability and function of advanced manufacturing operations. The ability to temporarily store raw materials, finished goods, and manufacturing components is an essential element of the manufacturing process. A significant limitation on the ability to warehouse manufacturing components and products would therefore dissuade companies from investing in this part of the city. We respectfully encourage the council to work with staff to continue the existing zoning, allowing warehousing as a permitted use in the BPRD area. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Siles. Go ahead, Ms. Grisada.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. Moving forward, we're open for council discussion and feedback to staff. Councilmember Bobadilla.
Okay. So I think this question is for the Lisa Consulting, the Lisa Wise Consulting that helps us try to formulate and update our zoning ordinance.
Sorry, could someone please promote Jen Murillo again?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
I haven't thrown my question yet. Here it is.
Thank you, I'm here.
All right. So, I check your consulting and it seems that, you're experts on ordinances and zoning, but here's the question, it's like a chicken and egg question. right? So we have specific plans. We just adopted something in 2021. We have updated our TASP plan by the BART. Is it usual to pattern zoning ordinances to specific plans, general plans, or it's the other way around? You draft your zoning ordinance first and then fit your specific plans on it.
Actually, by law, your zoning ordinance needs to be consistent with your general plan. So the general plan and specific plan policy documents must come first.
I would say like specific plans are tailored to a specific area, right? An example is the downtown or our gateway specific plan, right? That's kind of like, it provides a general, it's like guidance and policy document for that. And then within it, sometimes there's standards that in the zoning code we would refer to. So I think just to make, sometimes in the staff report, you'll see for planning commission or city council, it does sometimes say we are currently updating, a certain specific plan. So sometimes, yeah, as part of this effort, we're trying to just update the language to incorporate a lot of the specific language from the metro specific plan directly into the code. So it's just easier for staff and applicants, right, when they're doing a plan check review or making sure that they understand everything they need to incorporate as part of a project. Because sometimes these specific plans, right, are like hundreds of pages. So now we're trying to just really take what are specific standards there into the code, which is kind of one consolidated place also.
Right. The reason for that question is so far I've heard two comments, right? And they're from the public, from Stratford and the other gentleman with regards to warehouse. So if let's say that specific plan that we did envisions something, example those business or warehouses or schools like Stratford, and now we are trying to update our zoning ordinance in accordance to the vision that we have on those plans. Why are these kinds of businesses are being run over now? That's the question, right? We are existing on we used to have this zoning ordinance that allows this certain businesses. We put a vision on this ordinance that we have that permitted them prior, and now we're trying to update our zoning ordinance. Now they become inconsistent. So where's the disconnect? Old ordinance, they're good with schools and the warehouse business. We put a vision, specific plan, or the gateway plan. Now we're gonna update our zoning ordinance in according to our vision. Now those old industries are being affected. Why is that?
Good question. So sometimes, like, for example, the general plan might say we want more advanced manufacturing in an area, right? Well, let's just say our current existing zoning ordinance for districts such as industrial, our current levels and definitions, they're very old school, right? They're very combined. Like one example within our industrial district right now is like we have plant or facility, and there's a lot of components within in parentheses. And now we want to try to break that out or add new types of standards, right? You can think of it as like a major for a college, right? Sometimes they're very broad or sometimes they're very specific. And now we want to add more specifics, right? Because right now our industrial only had some general categories. It was hard for staff sometimes to like categorize a potential new use coming in. So now that there's all these new types of technologies and businesses coming in, we want to add new categories that these businesses can move into. And I think as part of the comments that we have received, and we've received these at also other public comments or other public hearings we've had with different committees. So these are not new comments that we have. We already incorporated into them, probably have seen them into the errata sheet. So I think that's why it's important that we're getting this public feedback, right? Like we're not experts in these private fields that are developing these companies. So they're giving us data, and we're now using this data to potentially change the thresholds of how much warehouse they might be able to have in a certain proposed business type.
Vice Mayor or Councilmember Barbadillo, if I may, through the Vice Mayor.
Go ahead.
Just to take that up a little bit of a notch. So under the current general plan and the current zoning and the proposed zoning, all of the uses that have been mentioned tonight, educational uses and the warehousing and all of those are allowed under both old and new. So I think some of the feedback that we're getting from the development community is that the details of how much of those uses might be allowed in each of those areas. And that's exactly why, one of the purposes for this meeting tonight is to receive that type of feedback, particularly on warehousing and how much we would be allowed. The intent under the general plan, I think one of the early slides showed that the purpose of the new BPRD zone is exactly the same as the current industrial park zone. The one major change was the increase in the FAR, the floor area ratio, the amount of development that can occur there. But the uses haven't changed. As Christina was suggesting, the one change is that we want to expand some of the definitions of the uses in those areas because our current zoning ordinance doesn't have a lot of the newer uses like a telecom facility or a data warehouse. There's a lot of newer and a lot of the advanced manufacturing, different types of uses were not contemplated in our current zoning ordinance. So we're updating some of those. And I haven't heard, Jay might be able to know, our acting director might have a better idea of some of the feedback that we're getting on in some of those areas. But I just wanted to clarify that the uses themselves will all be allowed under the general plan, the new zoning consistent with the general.
I would also like to, pardon me, but if I may just add something for specificity. I'm Holly Pearson and I'm the city's project manager for the zoning update. I apologize, I can't be in person tonight at the council hearing, but I just wanted to add, I think this is an important detail to help answer Councilmember Barbadillo's question. There, in the current draft of the BPRD zoning regulations, there is a limitation on warehousing, that it may be no more than 20% of the floor area of a primary use of the property, such as advanced manufacturing or research and development. That standard was put in because the broad language in the general plan that describes the BPRD land use designation refers to it uses the term small warehouses. And so there was some discussion about how do we implement that? What does that mean? This was put in as a point of discussion, but we've heard a great deal of feedback from the development community that is not viable for the way that advanced manufacturing and R&D industries use space. And so we, as Christina, as Ms. Fung indicated in the errata sheet that's attached to the agenda report, have noted that we will increase that. We will increase that to 50% with we've also internally, city staff has discussed an allowance of even going higher than 50% if the development proposal were to meet certain criteria for up to 50%. I'm sorry, 50% of the floor area dedicated to warehousing plus an additional allowance if certain criteria are met. So we are definitely going to revise that standard. That's been what most of the comments we've received about the draft zoning have related to, was that warehousing limitation. So we understand very clearly that it's not workable and we will make appropriate revisions. Thank you.
All right, a follow-up question. So I do understand, we just heard two today and it seems that we've been hearing some comments from the public or the businesses, and this is just phase one. So my next question is, how will I frame this? With regards to our, so you have all the basis upon which you're gonna frame the new zoning ordinance, right? The state law, the federal law, the general plan. So what I'm trying to ask is, what happens if while we're framing the new zoning ordinance, there are industries or certain businesses that are affected, and we find out that they really do not fit on the new zoning ordinance and the specific plans that we have. Are we going to ban and see if we can accommodate them and carve out something on the specific plan visions with this new ordinance, or there would be some consistency with regards to how we define, as you said, general up to a specific at some point, and then when we draft the specificity, and then we find businesses that really are not fit on these zones, what are we going to do? Are we going to ban and see if we can accommodate them?
That's a great question, Councilmember Barbadillo. And I do appreciate it because I think that is something that does happen a lot as many cities try to update their policy. The zoning by nature would be updated, and then there are existing businesses. I will try to, maybe I would answer it in two ways. I think the first thing is we definitely will try to strike a balance with the vision in the general plan, but also being considerate of the businesses that currently exist. And I think we are on that path. I do think for this specific example, there's a solution where we can address both, get to the intent of the general plan, which is to have advanced manufacturing, higher tech uses, but also be considerate of existing businesses. So I am confident we can do that, and which is why we're looking forward to working with our development community. The other thing I think you're getting at is also what do we do with non-conforming land uses?
Right.
We do have a section in our code that does talk about land uses that are no longer conforming, and this has happened in the past to other businesses as well. But typically in a non-conforming zoning section, you do grandfather existing uses, and then when they do want to make changes, you have certain limitations for what kind of changes you can make before you get put into, before you have to comply with all the current regulations. So if that is a big concern, that's something we can look at with the comprehensive zoning ordinance update, to even look at the non-conforming section to be a bit more considerate for existing businesses. Hopefully that helps answer the question.
Yeah, we'll take it as we go. And hopefully we will receive some feedbacks as we go on, completing the phase 1 and the other phases. And we learn more, issues from the business community and how it's being incorporated on a stricter and more specific, possibly new zoning ordinance. Because if it's a rule and it's defined with specificity that fully defines the specific plan that we had envisioned and put into place prior, then I think that should be followed. Of course, you're right. Balance it, but we have to abide with some stricter, standards with regards to enforcing that specific plan visions through a new zoning ordinance. Just my thoughts. But yes, it's very technical. I don't understand all the numbers and letters, but it makes sense as staff and our consultant explains. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Go ahead, Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. I just kind of wanted to reiterate my colleagues' sentiments regarding the consistency between the zoning ordinance and previous documents, specific plan included. I'm not sure what that solution may be, but I would encourage staff to work with businesses that may be affected on getting them into consistency, whether that be a grandfather process or working with the zoning administrator. I'm not quite sure what that would entail, but I hope that you can do some outreach with these businesses and provide an update to the council for future adoption. Additionally, I would want to request that you expand your outreach efforts, especially particularly to major employers in the city that would be affected, and work on resolving any concerns. The last thing we would want is for major employers to leave the city. Or I think at the end of the day, for businesses that have already have projects in the pipeline or have entitlements, if we can and work with them specifically. New applicants, that's not really much of a concern for me unless they have something in the works already. But yeah, that's just my request: more outreach to major businesses and consistency with other planning documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, I just want to thank staff for bringing this to a study session so we can listen and we can get feedback and inputs from the community and business owners. Please make sure that our new updates are not going to affect the existing business owners. And like Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Babadio said, do outreach, talk to them. With our new updates, maybe there's some middle ground that they'll be happy to accommodate us with. Thank you for all the hard work.
Thank you. Very good comments. I just wanted to clarify some of the legal non-conforming rules we do have right now. So yes, the city does already have a process right now. There are a few existing types of uses that might not be conforming to the current land use. So they are continuing to, if they were legally established at the time that they came in, they can still continue as long as they keep continuing operation. They might not be able to expand significantly or a certain size without another permit process, maybe planning commission or city council again. But let's just say that that existing land use type, they abandoned that site and they had left for over a year, then that means any new tenant or business coming in does have to conform to the current rules on that site. And I would say not every single parcel is changing its zoning designation in the map. And many of these zoning changes are going to stay within the same family. Let's just say it's all industrial family. Maybe some was MP industrial park, and now it just might be BPRD, which is still industrial. So I won't say they're like ginormous changes, and we will definitely try to encourage more outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. How about Councilmember Fan? No? Good. Okay, my turn. There was one specific concern that was brought up just now, and that is on your zoning, it's probably Stratford. It's original, the original Metro Specific Plan says that education is allowed, but your zoning document shows it's not allowed. How do you address that?
LWC, do you have the some of the documents you can pull up? I mean, through the errata sheet, we can make that text edit.
What is it?
Also, I think through the errata sheet, you might see some existing proposed edits that we will be making on top of the drafts that we proposed publicly. So we can add or make edits showing the track changes.
My concern is this is just one of our major employer here in Milpitas, and they found that error. How do you, in the future, any changes that you do, how do you assure it's not going to happen again?
We will try to do a more meticulous review. There's definitely a lot of different land uses and definitions, so we will take another careful look.
Go ahead, Jay.
So in the specific plan, it does mention educational uses, but it doesn't go into much detail with what that means. And I think the original intent of the innovation district is to have land uses and flexibility and types of uses that would, foster innovation. And part of that could include perhaps a higher education component, like a college or a university. So I think that's what the plan had in mind. So I think in a future update, we can be more specific on clarifying the difference between like a K through 12 versus a higher education institution. But also to clarify what Stratford School, their application is already in, and this change would not affect them unless they were to perhaps make major changes in the future. But it wasn't, I don't think it was like a intentional oversight or any like I think we just when we're referring to private schools, we're thinking of the K through 12, and that's why it is not allowed in, at least in this current draft. It is not in the land uses table. The specific plan I think was referring more to higher educational uses, but we're not closed off on that per se either. So it's good to hear this feedback.
Yeah, you shouldn't be closed off. You should. The idea is to bring more businesses to Milpitas. It's not to limit businesses coming to Milpitas or expanding. That's the whole thrust of this. And one of the feedback that I got is they were not asked. Nobody reached out to them. And you have this document, and I want to see the map slide. Show me the business park, the area, and I want to see that, please. The business park research and development, I think it's slide 19. So which area? I think it's the turquoise one. Is that it? Can you please, Jay, can you point that us to the business park and development? Business park research and development area?
It is the turquoise area. I'm not sure exactly out of those parcels where the Stratford School is. I don't know if acting city manager.
Yeah, I can help a little bit with that. So what you'll see here is a very large, darker turquoise area on the left. We often refer to this as the Southwest employment area, and it's a lot of our larger employers, Cisco and others in that area. So we can talk about that in a moment. But then you'll see on the right that within the metro plan area, we also identified darker blue and lighter blue areas. All of those are BPRD districts. The difference between the light blue and the dark blue, as you can see down at the bottom, these are BPRD metro. And then the darker one, we had provided in a few areas where even in the BPRD, we wanted to be as flexible as possible. So that's BPRD-R. The -R is for residential. So some of that you could actually have residential uses in a mixed use format. And the Stratford School is right where the arrow just was, disappeared, but it's right across the street. Right there, right across the street from the transit station or the transit center, the Milpitas Transit Center. So it's a key location. Stratford is currently located there with their facility. It's been there for quite some time, and they have an interest. And as Jay mentioned, they have a current application in the planning department for an expansion of that campus to include a high school, up to 500 student high school in an existing building. And some of the ways that we've tried to accommodate that is, in speaking with Mr. Morley as a representative from Stratford, is as an adaptive reuse of an existing building, there's some flexibility in the way that we apply the standards of both the general plan and the new zoning. And I believe they also had their application in before this. Their application was submitted before this new zoning would go into effect. So we would actually look at it under the previous zoning. So there is some flexibility on how we would apply that. And if I might add one more thing, there is a difference, and I can explain, I think, a little bit what happened here around the warehouse issue as well. So separate from the schools, but there is a difference between the way that we want to apply the BPRD district in the metro area, which is meant to be, of course, high density mixed use development, and the larger area on the left, which is our Southwest employment area. And I think what we can do is, this is still in a work in progress. So as we reach out to those who have commented on the draft, we had inserted a 20% limitation on warehousing for the metro area because those are smaller parcels, as you can see, and we felt that having large warehouse buildings in this area wouldn't necessarily be consistent with the idea of an innovation district. However, applying that same standard to the left side in the BPRD in the Southwest Employment Area would not be appropriate. And so we need to, and we've already had discussions with some of the callers who called in today about what is the appropriate standard in the Southwest Employment Area, and that will be very different than the metro area.
I don't agree with that 20% or even 50%, as one of the consultants said, about 50%, making it higher. There shouldn't be any limitation because we are into this AI thing, and with new technology are emerging. They're coming, and they're coming fast. And we have to be flexible. We cannot do a hard stop on 50%. No, we have to be flexible. Warehousing now is different from warehousing 10 years ago. You know, you think of warehousing with trucks going in and out. That's not true because we have high-tech, different kind of high-tech actually. So I don't want to see any limitation. There's got to be a way that the warehousing space is flexible depending on what is needed by the business to prosper. Because there are times that you need 20%, there are times you need 50%, and sometimes 0, but there are times you need 100%. We need to be flexible on that. We cannot restrain the businesses. We have to be with them. We have to be partners with them to make them successful. There's another one that it's just frustrating to me hearing this, putting limitations on what they can do. We have to adopt, even if you do it at CUP, conditional use permit, you can do that, right?
Yeah,
you can do that on CUP without putting it hard line on the zoning issue.
Yeah, if I can clarify, that is our intent. I apologize if that wasn't.
But I didn't hear that. Okay. I think I agree with the rest of the city council. They voiced the same concerns. I mean, you're saying your objective is modernizing and all this, making it consistent. No, the objective is to have more businesses, to help our businesses to be true partners. Because the revenue comes from them. And that's my feedback. Thank you, Jay.
No, thank you, Vice Mayor. That's exactly the type of feedback that we needed to hear. So we'll take that back. Thanks.
Next. Anyone else? Just seeing none, did you get the feedback that you need, Jay? There's no motion because this is just feedback from us.
Yes, that was helpful.
Okay, thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. Councilmember Lee.
Yes, just one last note. And this is to also share with my colleagues here that this is a study session. So all the inputs that and all the feedback that you've heard, take notes of that so that we can do the right thing for the existing business owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. Okay, I think we have everything that we gave you. So moving on to item 13, community services and sustainable infrastructure. Go ahead,
Thank you,
acting city manager.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Again, we have a third presentation for you tonight. This is from our Public Works Director, Christian Dorenzo, and he will be providing information about some analysis that has been done on the city's storm drain system. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Dorenzo.
Thank you, Ned. Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and City Council. My name is Christian Dorenzo, and I am the Public Works Director. And hopefully joining me virtually this evening is Harris Siddiqui, who is our principal engineer supporting the utilities, and Mr. Jerry Bradshaw with SCI Consulting Group, who will be presenting findings of the revenue requirement analysis completed in efforts to determine the necessary revenues to support the stormwater utilities operations and maintenance needs, regulatory obligations for the municipal regional permit, and capital plan. This evening's presentation is informational and a follow-up to a presentation that was made to you back in May. You may recall that presentation was very preliminary. However, this evening we'll take a deeper dive by summarizing the findings of the revenue analysis that was completed over the last several months and consider 4 distinct revenue scenarios with corresponding impacts on a per parcel basis. Traditionally, the next step would be to embark on a community outreach campaign to educate the community on this topic and assess their level of receptivity in support of a potential stormwater fee. This step will be deferred, however, until a larger citywide revenue needs conversation is had with City Council, which is expected to occur by the end of the year. Thank you for your attention, and I'll turn the mic over to Jerry for his presentation. If we could have that uploaded, please.
Thank you very much, Christian. Can you hear me okay tonight? Are you able to hear me on this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I'm Jerry Bradshaw with SCI Consulting Group. Next slide, please. Tonight is an update on the stormwater fee analysis, as Christian mentioned. The work was begun late last year. We're at a point to provide some substantive information as we head into a critical stage of the project. After a brief overview of the project, we'll summarize what we have determined are the needs of the city's stormwater system, walk through a funding approach, including a stormwater fee analysis and possible rates, then look to the very interesting road ahead for this project. Next slide, please. Here you see a schematic of the project elements. The stars on this chart indicate likely council meetings. The project kicked off last November as we began working with staff to mine data and review previous documents, such as the recent storm drain master plan. Last May, we also provided the staff and the council with a background on various funding options. This past spring and summer, we began an intensive financial analysis and forecasting effort to determine what revenues would be required for various levels of service and for capital project deliveries. That brings us to tonight, where we'll share those findings with the council. The next steps include public opinion polling to see if the city's understanding of its needs aligns with the community's understanding of its stormwater needs, among other things. Depending on the outcome of the survey, we would press ahead to develop a fee report to set the stage for a Proposition 218 ballot measure. Concurrently with those next steps, the city will want to conduct outreach with the community to help inform them of these needs and the proposed solutions. Next slide, please. By way of background, I present this graphic as a reminder for the council and the public that's watching tonight that we are talking about stormwater, which is rain that falls on your property and runs off into the gutters, into pipes, and out to the bay. This is not about the potable water that comes out of your kitchen tap or water that runs down the drain into the sanitary sewer pipes and through the treatment plants. On the contrary, stormwater runs directly to the bay with no treatment plant at the end of the pipe. The next slide, please. The city's storm drain infrastructure is much larger than most people realize, with over 100 miles of pipe, 3,500 inlet drains, and 13 critical pump stations that keep low-lying areas dry. This requires a substantial effort to keep it working well. Next slide. The first step in our project was to begin gathering data, including financial data and levels of service information that correlate to expenses and revenues. The goal was to figure out what resources are needed to make the stormwater system run smoothly and sustainably. We created 3 categories of costs, a 3-legged stool, if you will: capital improvement projects, operations and maintenance efforts that keep the infrastructure working on a day-to-day basis, and compliance with the Municipal Regional Permit, or MRP. This is a federally mandated permit system that requires all the cities in the Bay Area to keep environmental pollutants out of the waters that can damage our creeks, the bay, and the ocean. A critical document we reviewed in this process was the Storm Drainage Master Plan that the city adopted over a year ago. The master plan focused on capital projects required to avoid large failures of the storm drain system. It also recommended funding levels for operations and maintenance and MRP. However, we worked closely with staff to drill deeper on the O&M and the MRP costs and future needs in order to sharpen our pencil even more. These three elements are quite interdependent. For instance, capital improvement projects can lessen the O&M burden, and O&M practices can help with MRP compliance and can help extend the life of those capital facilities. The best results occur when these three are kept in balance, which we have endeavored to do in our forecasting work. Next slide, please. The high priority projects are based on the master plan, which identified projects as either high priority, low priority, as well as equipment replacements and a few system extension projects. For this analysis, we focused on the high priority and equipment replacement projects only. High priority projects include 9 pipeline projects, 3 major pump station replacements, and an inlet replacement program across the city. Altogether, the updated costs total about $47 million of project costs, and that's in 2025 dollars. We use 2025 as our target goal for cost because that's the earliest the city could expect to see any new revenues on any kind of measure that might go forward. The graphic highlights 2 of the most critical projects, the Penitencia and Jurgens pump stations. Next slide. One critical element of the storm drain system are its 13 pump stations. For areas that are too low for the stormwater to flow out to the bay, these pump stations lift the water high enough to finish their journey by gravity. These facilities protect low-lying areas from major flooding from water flowing in from higher elevations. They require a high level of daily and weekly maintenance, but they are complex mechanical and electrical facilities that require periodic enhancements and replacements. These images illustrate the complex power and control systems, as well as both kinds of major motors that run the pumps. The closest one, for instance, in the bottom photo is an electric motor, and the furthest one, its mate right next to it is a diesel one. So there's a lot of complex systems and they vary in age and in reliability. Of the 13 pump stations, 3 are already included in the high priority projects we outlined on the previous slide. 7 more are due for major replacements in the next 25 years. These are incorporated into the financial analysis that we are doing. The remaining 3 are not scheduled for replacement until after 2050, when all 3 will begin to cycle back through the replacement schedule. For these 7 near-term pump replacements included in this category, the costs have been updated to $15 million in 2025 dollars. The benefits of this work include avoidance of major equipment failure resulting in widespread flooding, reducing life cycle costs by being proactive in the replacement schedule, and reducing operating costs by modernizing equipment and control systems. Next slide, please. The master plan also identified 6 projects that present opportunities for green stormwater infrastructure. These are often referred to as multi-benefit projects, where projects for roads and parks and other facilities can efficiently add green stormwater features for only marginal costs. Building green stormwater infrastructure is a major environmental move to reverse the impacts of urbanization on our storm water quality. This is done by building high-capacity green areas that can filter pollutants from our urban runoff, as well as reduce volumes of runoff during storms. For nearly 20 years, the water boards have required most new development to integrate green practices into their sites. And the most recent MRP issuance from last year is now requiring cities to build even more green facilities. Examples of these facilities include rain gardens, green roofs and walls, pervious pavements, and harvest and reuse facilities, such as a cistern shown in the center photo. The map you see here is from the Santa Clara Basin Stormwater Resource Plan, which shows many other sites around the city that could be future candidates for green facilities. Any new funding mechanism the city pursues would help pay for these beneficial facilities. Next slide, please. The master plan also forecasts operating costs for O&M and MRP compliance. As mentioned before, SEI worked with staff to update those estimates. Here's what we came up with. With the current baseline of $766,000 annually, we added efforts for preventive maintenance, minor facility replacements, and work on Wrigley Ford Creek. That total came to just under $2 million per year. The MRP cost estimate came in at $866,000. It was a bit higher than what the master plan forecast, but that's due in large part to the newest MRP coming out just last year with several new requirements, including the green infrastructure I mentioned a moment ago. Combined, these two elements are forecast to cost approximately $2.8 million annually, very close to what the master plan estimated when you escalate those costs up to 2025. Next slide, please. This table comes from the master plan. However, we added the right-hand column to update the cost to 2025. The first four lines are capital cost estimates. You notice that we have crossed out the third and fourth lines as they are low priority or expected to be funded by outside sources, such as developers. You'll also notice that there is not a total line to bottom. That's because the bottom two lines are annual costs, and the top lines are lump sum values that will not be incurred annually. In fact, the capital costs need to be amortized over a period of time to convert them to annual costs, so we can come up with an annual revenue need. But more about that process in a moment. Next slide, please. The next big task was to add a capital component to the annual O&M and MRP costs to come up with the annual revenue requirements and develop various rate scenarios. Next slide. But first, this is a good time to review some of the funding options that we presented last May, as they can affect our rate engineering. The most common type of revenue mechanism for stormwater is a user fee, like you see for services such as water, sewer, and garbage. The legal term for these is property-related fees, and they are governed by Proposition 218. The process for adopting these fees includes a public hearing where property owners can protest the proposed fees, and a majority protest can actually halt the process, which rarely happens on a citywide scale. However, stormwater has an extra step. It requires a ballot measure, thus the graphic for this slide. This is a major obstacle, just as the authors of Prop 218 intended. So most cities have been reluctant to go there, and that's helped explain why only 10% of all municipalities have such a fee to date. So if you're staring down the barrel of a citywide ballot measure, you may as well consider other balloted options, such as a general tax or a special tax, like we saw in cities like Santa Cruz, Culver City, and Los Angeles. You could even consider a benefit assessment project, although it's not typically a good fit for stormwater, but there may be areas where that might help. Either way, you're looking at a ballot measure, which will make this process even more political than other rate setting processes. In fact, the ballot measure aspect quickly overshadows the rate engineering that we're currently in the middle of. And that's good to keep in mind as we proceed forward through the process. The main way this quirky situation affects the rate engineering, and this is not shown on the slide, but it's this. Unlike water and sewer rates that are limited to a 5-year term, stormwater rates must be engineered to be stable over a much longer time frame, at least a few decades. And that's because you don't want to have to go back to the voters every 5 years. And that changes how you approach financial forecasting, something that water and sewer rate consultants don't have to deal with. On the next slide, I'll talk more about this long-range aspect. So next slide, please. SEI has developed a long-range rate model that employs a thorough and sophisticated approach to handling large capital needs and baking them into a 25 or 30-year model. For Milpitas, we used a 25-year horizon since the first wave of projects need to be completed by 2050, when the next wave of equipment replacements are scheduled to begin. This allows for a reasonable and efficient way to amortize large capital projects, including various escalation factors. We can build and maintain reserve accounts and fund balances, and account for other sources of revenue, including interest earnings on fund balances. In short, this sets up a steady revenue stream that will accommodate O&M, MRP compliance, and capital project needs, all three legs of the stool. The chart on the right shows the first 10 years of a 25-year model, one of the sample scenarios. The four colors represent the current expenditure levels in blue and the increase to proactive operations, including O&M and MRP compliance in orange. The high priority CIP is in gray, and the scheduled equipment replacements is in yellow. This is intended to show the relative impact to rates for each of the elements over time and begins to show the natural escalation factors that we employed in our modeling. Next slide, please. Here is a preview of the fee methodology that we presented back in May when we first came before the council. Proposition 218 is quite strict on proportionality, or to put it another way, the rates must be structured in a fair way in proportion to the amount of service each parcel receives. In this case, the service is managing the amount of rain that runs off a parcel. But since there's no practical way to measure that, we choose a proxy for runoff, and that is impervious surface area. In the sponge analogy, we show two similar sized parcels. The top one is a single family residence with a house, a driveway, and a patio that keep the water from soaking directly into the ground, and that which is illustrated by the sponge. The bottom one is a similar sized parcel with a small commercial site, say a laundromat with a parking lot. That leaves only a few small landscaped areas along the street. If we define one single family equivalent, or SFE as we call it, as the typical residence, then the laundromat might be about, say, 2.5 SFEs. So this is the basis we use to move forward. We have created over a dozen property types, and using the size and land use, we have assigned an SFE value to each parcel in town. This is independent of costs, services, or rates, but it allows us to proportionally allocate any of those costs or services to each parcel once we know the costs. Next slide, please. On the left is a sample rate calculation based for one of the scenarios we developed. Once we have determined the annual revenue requirement, and here in this example, it's $5.9 million, and added up all the SFEs, which are a little over 40,000, we simply divide one into the other to calculate the SFE rate. Since the typical single family home is equal to one SFE, that is the monthly rate for the typical family home. This is, in this case, is $12.26 per month. That forms the basis for all other rate categories, which are shown in the table on the right. I won't go through all those. We'll deal with those later on in the process once we get in there, but I wanted to introduce you to the rate structure that we will be proposing as we go forward. You see in bold, the medium-sized single-family parcel, though, is showing one SFE. The homes on smaller or larger lots are prorated up or down from that. Non-residential, such as commercial and institutional, assigned SFEs by the acre, since their acreage can vary quite a bit across each category. As an example, using the sponge from the previous slide, the residential lot would be charged $12.26 a month, and the laundromat would be charged about $30 a month. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. Using this methodology, we developed several scenarios to check the sensitivity on the rates for various service elements. The first two scenarios have no capital component. The first represents the funding of the status quo, or about $1 million per year with a $2.27 a month rate. If you add in the additional O&M and MRP compliance costs, that rate rises up to $6.31. The third scenario adds in only the high priority projects with a rate of $10.61. And the final scenario adds in also the scheduled equipment replacement costs and pushes the rates up to $12.26 per month for the typical single family residence. This final scenario represents the full recommendation of the 2022 master plan. Another reason we develop various scenarios is for the public opinion polling. Polling measures several things, but price sensitivity is one of the primary ones. This range of rates is useful when crafting the poll. We also connect the levels of service or improvements associated with each various rate that we test to make sure they're accurately portrayed to the public. I'll talk more about polling in a minute, but this rate scenario work sets the stage for that next public opinion polling step. But first, let's look at what other cities around the state have accomplished with voter approval. Next slide, please. This table shows the 12 stormwater ballot measures that we've become aware of since 2016. These are arranged in order of annual fee amount, with the highest fee levels up at the top and the lowest at the bottom. And the three Milpitas rates that we saw in the last slide, absent the status quo, are inserted into that order. Of those 12 previous ballot measures, 8 have been successful. Those are the ones shown in green, and 4 have been defeated by voters, shown in tan. As you can see, there's no correlation between success rates and the rate levels that were being proposed. The bottom line here is that the rates for Milpitas are all well within the range of rates that have been successfully balloted around the state. Next slide, please. Next steps for the stormwater funding project are opinion polling, writing up a fee report or a rate study, you might call it, and then implement a Prop 218 ballot measure or tax measure, depending on the polling results. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, opinion polling measures a couple of things. In addition to price sensitivity, we also test messaging and determine the community's priorities for various stormwater programs or projects. With this information, the city can verify its program priorities or shift them accordingly. A survey can also calibrate the rates and service level that is acceptable with the community. For example, one city we worked with a couple of years ago learned from their polling that the community didn't put much value on updating aging infrastructure. In other words, the CIP element was not a priority, which was actually quite surprising. They were also very sensitive to rate levels. With this knowledge, the city recrafted their fee structure to leave out the CIP element and set their sights on a modest rate level. In the end, the ballot measure passed, and the public works director was resigned to go into the council every budget cycle to ask for funds for capital projects. Another thing the city could learn is that this may not even be the time to proceed with a ballot measure, depending on the results. So there's lots to learn from opinion polling. This task will culminate in a presentation to council of the polling results, along with staff recommendations. This will be a major decision point. The council will be asked to decide first whether or not to proceed to the ballot process, as well as timing, the rates, and the program elements that should be included. A bit on the mechanics of polling, though. We recommend crafting the survey in a manner that mimics the eventual ballot. Since this is most likely to be a property-related fee, that means a mail-only ballot conducted off-cycle from the typical election dates. While the survey will have an online option for response, the initial contact with the property will be identical to a future ballot process in the US mail. That helps to cancel out any later bias based on who opens the mail or who decides whether to respond or even how to respond in a household or business. And finally, the survey will not be limited to property-related fee tests. It will simultaneously measure support levels for a registered voter initiative, such as a special tax, just in case that proves to be more favorable. Next slide, please. The fee report will be the next item, and work on that will actually proceed while the survey is in the field. Of course, the results of the survey will determine how the fee report is finalized, including whether the city is actually proceeding with a ballot measure, what rate is being proposed, and what program elements are to be included. The likely process will include a study session with council and then a subsequent final meeting to approve the fee report and likely initiate the Prop 218 process. The process is outlined in your agenda report. I won't go through it in detail here, but it's outlined in there pretty well. Next slide, please. I'm going to wrap up my part of the presentation here. In summary, the rates we are coming up with are quite reasonable when compared to what other cities are doing. The survey will help you understand if they also seem reasonable to your voters. We have not put a timeline in front of you this time around. That's because the schedule is flexible. We understand that the city is considering many other priorities, all while you're in the process of selecting a new city manager. For those reasons, we are keeping the schedule flexible at this time. However, some things to consider as we proceed is that the survey should be relatively proximate to the balloting. For instance, less than a year apart. And both the survey and the balloting are best conducted in or near the rainy season, as to help remind voters that stormwater services are important. And finally, the balloting should not fall within the 2024 elections window. That is simply a strategic recommendation in that this measure deserves the full attention of voters and should not be lost in an avalanche of political mailers. Finally, as with any voter-approved measure, community outreach and engagement is very important. Your engagement with the community can start any time, although it's a bit early to talk about financial needs. First steps might include branding or introducing the community to the importance of storm drainage and its environmental aspects. It's also important to plan ahead when developing communication channels, because those can become critical later on when a ballot measure is actually proposed. With that, I'll hand it back to Christian to close this item out. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. That concludes our presentation. We hope you found it informative, if nothing else. This was meant to be informational. And at this time, we are happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we can move on to the next agenda topic.
Before we do that, Christian, first I want to thank you and Jerry for the presentation. Let's open it up for public comments, please. Mr. Montemayor.
Great presentation. Thank you. My main concern now, I believe there are two acronyms there. Anyway, I'm not for the figure or the fee. I'm for if there is emergency and sometimes what we should not do. Like we should not be having like dirt or oil that will be drained off to the storm drain. Another one, the main one that I'm concerned is if there's emergency, if heavy pouring of water and Anderson Dam release water, and then we cannot pump over to the South Bay and the Monterey flow of the drainage, then we may need some amphibians and all emergency needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Anybody else? Come on up, please.
And I live in a condominium, and I'm wondering, what about the process for drainage from the condominium drains? Because we have drains, but it goes down into Park Victoria, South Park Victoria. Now, do you guys come and clean those drains from the condo? Well, the condos probably have to do their own drains, but then what about the drainage going, like say, underneath my unit down and the 6-unit building down? You guys keep those drains clean? That's my question.
Oh, let's answer that one, please.
Yeah.
Since Mr. Rees waited this long to ask the question.
Thank you for the question, sir. That would be the responsibility of the condominium and the condominium owners. We maintain the drains that are connected to public infrastructure only.
Okay. Probably not the answer that Mr. Rees wanted to hear, but that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Christian. Let's go. Anyone on Zoom? Ms. Casada?
I have no hands raised.
Thank you. And we move on to council discussion and feedback. Councilmember Barbadillo.
Do you have data as to how much stormwater we receive each year?
We have, I would suspect we have incomplete data. We are currently, and that's one of the benefits of installing and updating our SCADA, our stormwater, is so that we can monitor some of this information. So I would have to defer to our utilities engineer to see if he's online. I'm not sure if he could answer that question on the spot, but I suspect we may have some, but it would be impartial.
Yeah,
It
that's
wouldn't be
correct.
complete. Yes.
Yeah, we have some. We haven't done a flow study on the storm system, but essentially any runoff from impervious surface will flow into the drain. So, in any given year, depending on the storm event and the intensity of the storm year, that number will change.
So we have or we haven't?
We have not done a study to that degree. I mean, something like that we've done for the sewer system because that's a consistent flow annually.
Right.
And we have diurnal patterns for that, what time of the day the flow is highest or lowest. Whereas for storm, it's really a factor of the storm events for that particular year.
But now you get me past. So you are saying that we need infrastructure repairs and preventive measures and whatnot. On what basis? We don't know how much water flow in this system.
Yeah, the pump station improvements are not necessarily a factor of the flow rate. It's more that any flow will trigger the pump station to turn on. So the improvements and the scheduled replacement and the capital projects are really to maintain that infrastructure so that in any given storm, regardless of the intensity, the systems can operate efficiently. Obviously, in a large storm, if the system fails, you're going to have more flooding than you would in a smaller storm. But in either case, the system needs to operate to get the stormwater high enough to be able to flow out into the creeks and into the bay.
I understand the concept. You do have 4 scenarios, and you're telling me that we don't have data on what kind of water flows on our storm system. So where did you come up with these 4 scenarios, and why are we saying, hey, we're fine with scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3? We don't have data. It's just like the sewer. There's 10 million families in Milpitas. Everybody dumps on the sewer, right? You see the stress on the sewer infrastructure. But here, where can we see the stimulus that triggers this recommendation of at least 4 scenarios, and even we're even talking about going to ballot?
So I would answer that some of those costs are not relegated to capital infrastructure. Some of those costs are regulatory in nature. So we have, as you know, we are a co-permittee to the NPDES permit in the region. As such, we have certain obligations to ensure that nothing but stormwater flows into U.S. waters. That's irrespective of the capital. So there are annual regulatory costs for that compliance. Part of that is outside of the MRP, the municipal regional permit. Part of it is operationally, what do we do to ensure we comply with the permit? For instance, our due diligence with cleaning catch basins and trash excluder devices, which happens to be part of the permit because we have a trash TMDL that we have to comply by 2025. But these are regulatory expenditures. They have staffing expenditures correlated to that. They have operational expenditures correlated to that. The pump stations are meant to, are preemptive in nature, and they're meant to ensure that whether you have a 10-year storm event, or heaven forbid, you have a 100-year storm event, like we experienced multiple times last year, the pump stations will trigger and mitigate catastrophic failure and damage to both public and private property. So the 13 stations, like other utilities, we saw Penitencia was up there. That is the oldest pump station. It was built in 1976. Like anything else, it's aging. If we were not to discuss replacement of that station. That station one day, it's hard to say when, but it could be at a 100-year storm event. Some point in the future, it would fail. And when it would fail, all the land that is lying underneath the floodplain would flood, and then it would flood to properties and cause an untold amount of property damage, both public and private. So we're trying to determine, regardless of the flow, we know the pump stations are necessary because there is going to be even a 1/4-inch rain event will trigger flooding concerns, that we are discussing the needs of the utility, both regulatory and capital, so that we ensure safety and life and property going forward.
All right. Are we saying that based on us being a permittee regards to the MRP, what we are looking at right now, our infrastructure just to satisfy the bare minimum as permittee under this?
Yes. We received that we don't have a storm fee, and it's not a self-sustaining enterprise like we do water and sewer. So when we have needs that are related to the storm, whether it's operational, whether it's regulatory, it has to come before council as part of the budget deliberation process. For the last few years, council has appropriated $500,000 so that we do the bare minimum. That is the first of those 4 triage stages.
Right. Sorry.
And that means that we maintain some of the trash basins, the inlets, the manholes. We do very minor maintenance to creeks, for instance. We remove vegetation that will impair flow. That's all done on a de minimis basis right now. And the ideal proactive nature of it would correspond to an operational budget of about $1.8 million.
All right. So ever since we're relying on general fund to maintain this infrastructure, and what are we suggesting now? I think I understand. I want the public to understand. So are we suggesting to pass it to them or have them approve these fees through the ballot?
We at some point we would ask the community if they would entertain that. First of all, if there is interest, and as Jerry mentioned, some communities, especially coastal communities, are much more likely to support a storm fee. We would ask first, are you aware what storm is and the difference between stormwater and water and sewer, and that it's not treated? And secondly, would you support a dedicated revenue stream so that we can maintain the infrastructure? We could ensure the community, the agency is compliant with the MRP and all the regulations and environmental stewardship as well. And if yes, what is the amount that you would entertain, right? So it could be really span the gamut. In the absence of that, the alternative is, like 90% of the agencies in the state, is there is no dedicated revenue stream. If Penitentiam, for instance, were to fail tomorrow and the entire station would need to be replaced, $10, $13 million cost, then that would have to be asked and derived from the general fund coffers. So you have, on one hand, you have a dedicated fee to support it, and it frees up general fund revenues for anything else that is appropriate for general fund expenditures. In the absence of it, you would take it and use it for your storm fee, your storm drain needs.
So what we're thinking is a dedicated source to maintain or make preventive measures on stormwater infrastructure is the community. We're planning to, at least we're envisioning to pass it to them.
We would have that conversation. We'll come back to council. That would be an ingredient of that recipe, and we would talk about other revenue needs that the city may have. There may be, the council may direct us to engage the community and just to take their temperature and see if there is a willingness to entertain a stormwater fee. And as Jerry mentioned, it may very well be that we realize there is no acceptance of it. And then we would just table that and we would continue going forward as is. On the other hand, we could come back enlightened about it and realize that there is support maybe for just a nominal amount. And even a nominal amount is better than zero at this point.
All right, so I'm good. So, but when you come back, I would like to have some information with regards to same presentations you have, funding source, right? But let's look at the cities or the counties that we share stormwater infrastructure with. Maybe that's another source.
We don't share infrastructure. We share regulatory obligations. So we are a co-permittee. There are 13 cities in the area, as well as Valley Water and the county. And together, these 15 agencies share resources and technical expertise so that we ensure we comply with the MRP.
So you're
Capital
saying
is all on us.
all of these agencies and cities doesn't have one pipeline going to the bay?
We
That's
are
the issue.
part of what is referred to as an MS4, Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, which means it's really a spaghetti bowl of pipelines.
And each agency and city has its own spaghetti
Yes.
coast towards the bay?
Yes.
Wow.
Ultimately, I'm not aware, I'm not sure how many outfalls there are, but for instance, in our case, we have direct outfalls to our local creeks and channels, right? That will all go to the ocean, whether it's us, it's Santa Clara, Calistoga, Palo Alto. So we may have individually our sort of spaghetti bowl of infrastructure. It all goes to one original source.
So there's no source there. I'm hearing. I'm just trying to avoid sourcing it from the utility users. We already are being billed on sewer and whatnot. And then if we pass this with them, then that's an extra burden, even if you project it's only $12 a year. So that's the point.
Yeah.
I mean, a month. So that's a month, right? So let's see other funding source, and maybe let's put it at the end of the list, passing it to the utility use.
Okay.
Because I'm more on cutting something to put on the general fund instead of passing it to the end users. That's my thought for now.
Understood.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Next. You're good. You're good. I just have one quick question, Christian. There is a recommendation for a $6 one and a $12 one. What scope of work is not included on the $6 one?
Let's see. I believe the $6 is that recommendation 2 on the list.
I think so.
Yes, it is.
Its recommendation 2 is just O&M and regulatory compliance. So O&M and the municipal regional permit, O&M and MRP. It does not include funding for any capital, whether it's preventative maintenance. Actually, some preventative maintenance is included, but it does not include funding for the 2 pump stations that were shown, and then going forward, the rest of the pump stations that would need improvements.
Okay. On the $12 one, you included or the stations, right?
The 2 critical ones.
The
Yes, and
Pencha
then it
and-
escalates.
Right.
Yes, and then the last one would be really funding for everything that we have, both O&M, regulatory, short-term and long-term capital investments.
What is how much is the dollar amount for the $6 one? For the $6 one, is it here? Is it 3 million? Is that what I'm looking at?
Yes.
Okay, when you come back, can you please detail out the real difference between the $6 and the $12 ones in terms of scope of work, please?
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you. Councilmember Barbadillo, do you have a follow-up? No? Okay. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you very
I
much.
think, did you get enough feedback from the council?
More than I was hoping for.
Okay, great,
Yes.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, Kristen. Let's move on to 14. Acting City Manager. Oh, City Attorney, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to announce number 14, which is the approval of the employment agreement for the city manager.
Congratulations. You're no longer acting, you're now the permanent city manager. And thank you so much. We need to, obviously, we need to call on public comments.
I believe all of us are agreeable and congratulating. I know we considered a few names. Sorry for trying to remember that, but is very knowledgeable in all topics. Like it's in the planning commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Anyone else?
Avery from the planning department. We just want to congratulate our previous planning director and now city manager, Ned Thomas. On behalf of staff and his wife and all of us, we're very excited to see you in this new role and continue to support you in any way we can. And Liz and I made you a lei today to help celebrate this.
Come on up. Come on up, please.
You get to
Come on up. No, you don't have to wear that. You have to wear that the rest of the meeting. Anyone on Zoom? Anyone else?
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Any council discussion? Councilmember Fan? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, first of all, congratulations, Ned. As somebody who has seen you grow professionally over the years from the start of your tenure here at the city of Milpitas, I am tremendously proud to have you serve as the next city manager. I know you will lead this city well. And I also want to say thank you for stepping up during the interim process. I know that that was quite a bit of a surprise to you, but I'm glad that we trusted you in that role. And I know you're going to shine. So congratulations.
Thanks. Councilmember Lynn?
I just want to congratulate you, city manager. You will do well in your role. You know, when you have staff, you have department heads, give them a hand, be the bridge for them so that they can do the work well. And I know that you have that naturally in you. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. Councilmember Barbadillo?
All right, so qualifications and experience, let's set aside, because to me, the way we go forward is the working relationship, and that's what we hope. Both of us, the council and the executive lab staff headed by you, have their own parlance of experience and expertise. So we will try to work together hand in hand for the betterment of the city. And what I hope to preserve through the years will be, the working relationship that we will have. And I think that's the key. Well, congratulations then.
Thank you, Councilmember Badillo. And I just want to say, it's not an easy job being a city manager. You have to balance, like I call it, a three-legged stool. You have to balance the staff, the residents, and the council, the council members. And that's not easy to do. And you're reporting to 5 council members to top that. But he took on the challenge, and here we are. Thank you so much. And I just want to say that when we were doing the search, there were 51 applicants. So it was very intense, and we narrowed down to 20, and then 11, and then 6, and here we are. Congratulations. Do we need to vote? Yes. Before we vote, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I had to write down what I was going to say because I get nervous, and I hope I can make it through this. But I just want to thank each of you for the opportunity that you gave me a little over 3 months ago to serve as your acting city manager. As we discussed during the interview process, it was a little bit of a bumpy ride to get here. But I do, as I've said from the beginning, we're going to face forward, and this is a great community and a great council, a great staff, a great executive team. We'll face forward, and we'll move on to the next great things for Milpitas. As we were sitting here tonight, particularly as the planning department was presenting some information about the general plan and the metro plan, and we're currently working on the gateway plan. It was like seeing the past 5 years and some of the things that we've accomplished together. And I really do appreciate the staff from the planning department for staying and being here tonight, and look forward to working with them as well as the staff and all of the other departments across the city. I've learned a great deal about city operations over the past 3 months and sort of had my eyes open. It has been, every day has been a new challenge, but a very exciting challenge. And I can honestly say I've enjoyed every day. I come to work just so energized and motivated to find out what new thing am I going to learn today. And some are a little more, things are a little more challenging than others, but I know that working together, again, we have a great staff that we can, as I've said in my messages to them over the past 3 months, that working together, we can overcome any challenges that are before us. I have enjoyed serving as the planning director over the past 5 years, and I look forward to serving in this new capacity. And I also want to thank my wife, Sherilyn, for being here tonight. She's my greatest supporter and has been supporting me since she put me through graduate school. So I do appreciate all the work and the love and the support over the years. And I see online that several of my family members, and at least my son, has joined us tonight. So thank for them for joining us via a Zoom. But thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to work in this new role.
Thank you, City Manager Ned Thomas. No more acting.
You did public. So the recommendation for this item is to approve the employment agreement for the city manager on the general terms as set forth in the AR.
So moved.
Second.
It's been the motion by Vice Mayor and seconded by Councilmember Ben. Let's vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne.
Aye.
Councilmember Pham.
Aye.
And Mayor Montano is absent.
Thank you. There you go, unanimous. Okay, public forum. Now let's move on to public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Public forum will be limited to 1 minute. And anyone from the public? Oh, so tiny, I can't see you. Yes, please, go ahead.
My name is Samyukta Nair. I'm 9 years old and I am in 4th grade and I'm in Maryhill Elementary School. Today, I would like to talk about some of my concerns about Sunny Hill Albert Augustine Jr. Memorial Park. I would like to tell you a few concerns I had. In the baby area, there was a sand pit that used to be filled with sand. Now I have seen it has been filled with tambark. It is my opinion that tambark is not safe for kids. Seeing the sharpness of tambark, I am highly confident that kids will get hurt. A few of them have gotten hurt already, and I have personally witnessed it. Another thing about tambark is that the dust can get into kids' eyes. I have also seen this. There is graffiti on the playgrounds. It has some very inappropriations from the kids. Inappropriate messages for the kids. I suggest that we cover it up, knowing we don't want the kids to be witnessed by it. I also request that we build a rock climbing wall for the kids. I assure you that 96.9% of kids will love the rock climbing wall. I know a few kids in my park and they really like climbing, so this will be good for them too. That's all my concerns. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm gonna let the city manager, Ned Thomas, to answer you. Go ahead.
You have a bright career in politics ahead of you.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your comments tonight regarding the Sunny Hills Augustine Park. And we have a parks plan as well as several parks planners and maintenance people, and we will take each one of your concerns. I heard graffiti and a rock climbing wall sounds like a really great idea. So we can take those and we will look into that. And please, maybe I can get your information from your mom, then we can keep you informed as we make progress on the really great ideas. And we appreciate you for sharing them tonight. Thank you.
Great. And I read your email to us, and it's well written, expression. You express yourself clearly, and thank you so much. Just keep doing that, like Councilmember Fan, your future council member of Milpitas. There you go.
I'm not that young.
Yeah. Thank you. Next, anyone else? Go ahead, please.
We have several cards in a row. The first is Johnny Reed, followed by Avery Stark, and then Stephen Balsbaugh.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I was here 2 weeks ago and I talked to you about noise and the building that was a Lucky store at Parktown Plaza over there at Milpitas, South Park Victoria and Landis over there. And fortunately, apparently the city manager helped out because the noise has been dropped by 50%. And it's just very nice. Now my granddaughters can come over and sleep at night because it was just crazy. But so I appreciate what you guys are doing very much. I just want to let you know it worked out. And now the other thing is just, will they be a 24-hour grocery store? Because that's what they told me. And if they are, well, who do I call if it's at 3 a.m? I got trucks backing up to the thing. Do I call the police? You have a number or something? Because that's, you can't sleep, so, but I appreciate your help very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying with us. Do you want to respond? Chief Gerard, might as well. Come on up, please. Just briefly.
Good evening, council and community members. Jared Hernandez serving as your chief of police.
So for yourself and anybody else that has noise complaints in the middle of the night, call the police department, non-emergency phone number 408-586-2400. We will send an officer out there to investigate it and make sure that the appropriate action is taken.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There you go. Next, please.
Next card is for Avery Stark, followed by Stephen Ballsbaugh.
Good evening, Council, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Again, Avery Stark, foremost representing the city as a city planner, having served in my post for almost 6 years now. Proud of the work, the development, the events, the permits that over 80 Protect members are responsible for, that I represent as the Protect president. You received a letter on Sunday from myself on behalf of our members of Protect to address the key areas we are still separated on, with the justifications for our proposals and the ways the council could act to shore up those differences. I appreciate the opportunity I've had to meet with a few of you, and I am open to continuing those conversations with other council members in the future. I want to emphasize the critical importance of supporting a dedicated workforce and a union as members of the city of Milpitas. Our city's employees are the backbone of our community, and it is our duty to ensure that they are compensated fairly in order to maintain a standard and quality of living and job satisfaction. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Avery. Next, please.
Next, we have Stephen Ballsbaugh.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you. Like everybody else, I probably would have preferred to be earlier in the agenda, but at any rate, the schedule for the 100K pickleball improvement CIP project is not going well. The 2022 program, which is not very different than the current one, was completed in the August-September timeframe in a serial manner. The current project, you go by the current schedule, it's probably not going to end up happening until April, May of 2024. And that's based upon a reasonable time frame. And if you end up adding in unnecessary surveys and also any type of weather conditions, it just gets worse. Doing a repeat survey is only going to end up resulting in survey promotion wars, and you're not going to get any new information. There is a good solution out there that's a compromise, and I would like to see that floated, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballsbaugh. Next, please.
Voltaire Montemayor.
This is just recently last night, but with a smile. Yeah, I'm not favoring anybody, any sports selection, but we talk about the crowd last night at the PRCRC talking about tennis court and pickleball court, and I think we resolve it. Everybody's happy in a way. That I think we end up saying that the PRCRC will escalate the concern of most of the people that were there as trying to say favor the tennis courts. But I think, we agree that sharing on those courts is for the people of Milpitas and for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. That's it?
I have no additional cards.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to announcements and future agenda items. I would like to recognize former Mayor Rich Strand this evening. He's here with us. And City Manager, any announcements?
We have no additional announcements tonight. Thank you.
Council members? Go ahead, Councilmember Lynn.
I would like to have the city manager agendize the item, or at least to put this on to the priority list, the Main Street International Festival.
We have to get a concurrence from the rest of the city council.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Yes,
Councilmember Leon,
Yes.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
it goes to the council list. Any more? Any more announcements? Seeing none.
I have one.
Thank you all very much. Oops, sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Barbadillo.
Yeah, with the turn of events recently regarding shoplifting, I've brought this to attention of the city manager and the chief. I would like to see an opportunity for us to discuss what we can do. What we can do about it locally, regardless of what our state is doing upstairs. And secondly, still with the protection for the community, I want to see a possible policy or ordinance with regards to solicitations at home. There's been a lot of the things that I've heard and even experienced. People solicit your home, and there are legitimate ones, and there are people's solicitors that are shady. So let's see what we can also do about that. So those two, to address the effect of the shoplifting going on in the state and some protection with regards to public services.
Okay, let's take a vote on the first one about shoplifting. Go ahead.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leon,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Second one is policy on solicitations. Go ahead.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
That's an aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leon,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
There you go. Thank you so much. Anything else? No. Okay. Okay. Thank you all very much. And this meeting is adjourned.